keeps me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Monday. Oh, it's time to get back into the Karen Reed trial. We are on week number 4, and we still have not heard anything about the way that John O'Keefe died. So this is crazy town for me, but this is where we're at. And I will be streaming all day today, and here's why. So my little chicky nuggy papai, Esquire has a doctor's appointment today with the pulmonologist, and I'm waiting on pins and needles. So for the results and everything. So I need the distraction. So we're going to be here all day talking about all the things. All right, hang on just one tiny second. I need to find something. What am I looking for? Oh, I know what I'm looking for. Give me just a sec, if you don't mind. I got a chill. I hope everybody had a great weekend. It was Mother's Day weekend. If you are a mama, I hope you were spoiled beyond belief. If you are the child, as it were, I hope you spoiled your mamas beyond belief, because they deserve nothing less. I don't like the way this is laid out, so just let me fix this right quick. Give me just 1 second. Here it is right here. All right. So I hope everybody had a great Mother's Day weekend. Also, if you missed it, On Sunday, Allie and I did back-to-back lives. Part 1 is on her channel, part 2 is on mine. We went over the body cam footage from Letitia Stauch's fake break-in. She's so ridiculous. Um, that happened on March 26, 2019. So before Gannon was murdered. So yeah, I hope you guys go and check that out. After I get off of here, maybe while we're at lunch or something. Court doesn't start until 10 today. Let me look and see. Hmm. Yes, but the judge and I think the judge and the testimony, I don't think starts until 10, but I think that the judge and the attorneys will be there at 9. So, I just wanted to come live and talk with you guys and see what you guys, see how you guys were feeling about all of the things. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. I want to check something really quickly, if you don't mind, just to make sure I am. Let me see. I'm going to look at something. Give me just a second. All right. Just checking. All right. Because I just want to make sure that, we're not just sitting here doing nothing for no reason. Let me see what else we can do. Also, I have worked on a little video. It's a quickie. It's only like 7 minutes. I have to it I have to upload it to YouTube, and sometimes that takes a minute, but it'll be ready. It's about the shoe, and I'm just going to say this, okay? I just put the information out there, and I leave it to everybody else to make their own determination. To me, it doesn't look like the same shoe. The shoe that was presented in court and the shoe that was taken, that a picture was taken of in front of 34 Fairview, does not look like the same shoe to me. At the end of the day, it's really up to the jury. What will the jury think? Okay, Kristen, I'll check those out. Give me just 1 second. Hey, thank you, Chicken Shy. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the ward. Yeah, nothing. You can't, at this point, you can't be surprised, right? I don't know why this did this. You can't be surprised. You really can't. Like whatever the jury said, at the end of the day, that's really what that's the only people that are the fact finders in this case, the jury. It's up to them what they see. It's up to them how they weigh the evidence, weigh the testimony, and they're the fact finders in this case. And we have literally zero. We have zero control over it. I saw that, Rachel. I've been keeping up with, like, I watch a ton of content on it. I like to watch LawTube a lot because obviously I'm not an attorney, and I always like to get their interpretations, and I always find it interesting when they react to trial testimony. I always find their reactions interesting, what they react to and how they react, but I also find their commentary about the attorneys in the case quite interesting. when objections are raised, when they're not raised, should they have been raised. I find that type I find that type of commentary fascinating. I find a lot of things fascinating, but we're not talking about all that today. Today we're talking about the subject at hand, which is Karen Reed. We're not talking about what we're not talking about that. So hold on a minute. Let me see something here. And Law and Crime, which is interesting, hasn't like changed their time. Like they are set scheduled, so we'll see. Because it's 9 there, and I think I read also in their chat that the lawyers are supposed to be there at 9:30. I don't. There's probably some sort of sidebar, So who knows? Who knows? I forgot. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you guys also. So, remember how I talked about on Saturday evening I was going to do Sarah Boone? Okay, so I went through the transcripts. I used Control F. I love Control F. It's such a handy dandy function. Anywho, so I went through that and I I I went through that and I found you have to search a couple of different ways because when you're searching Control F and Control F on the transcript from the trial is very, very accurate. However, the transcript from the actual court proceedings that were streamed isn't. So you have to kind of search a couple of different ways, but I found them. Don't you guys worry. I've got the timestamps, all the things. And I was going to do it Saturday, and I want to apologize. My daughter asked me to watch Little Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie, and what I mean, I listen. I love you guys for sure, and nothing makes me happier than talking a little smack about Sarah Boone and particularly James Owens Esquire. But if I have to pick, I'm going to pick Little Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire. So, what I thought we would do while we wait for the trial to start is let's let's go back and watch the end of Friday's testimony. Specifically, we're going to watch the Waterfall videos. We're going to watch this is cross-examination. And that way we can just sort of, be caught up. Sound like a good plan? I saw that. So, haha, question mark. Lisa says, Judy Ron showed a video from Microdot, I think, of a side-by-side Higgins at Waterfall shouting to John next to John's position at the bar. It was good. Wish the attorneys did that for the jury. Okay, I do as well, but here's the thing. I don't know the rule, but I think there is a rule about specifically doing a side by side. Okay. I think that, I guess doing a side by side in a way is altering the video. Okay. Because obviously they were not played side by side. Now, I think that's why. I'm sure I might be wrong, and I probably am wrong, but I remember Mr. Jackson trying to get a side by side in, and it was not allowed. So I feel like that there's some type of rule about that. Um, oh, that's awful, Sarah Bella. Oh, that's sad. So Sarah Bellum says, speaking of Sarah, her friend from Minnesota, the one Sarah was willing to give a kidney, passed away over the weekend. Oh, that's awful. That's sad. All right. Here we go. Let's watch this waterfall testimony and I will be right back. All right, here we go.
Asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like roughhousing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
Okay, before that happens, before they play this and he identifies Karen Reed, I would like to understand, how do you know that they're not fighting? How do you know, Officer? I'm trying not to say it because it wants to come out the wrong way of saying his name, Officer Buchanan. How do you know they're not fighting? You weren't there. You weren't there. But I they were roughhousing. It is what it is. But I just feel like him saying no, they weren't fighting. I don't think he can testify to that because he wasn't there. He doesn't know these people, according to him, anyway. All right, let's keep going.
Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we'd have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well,
Oh
obviously, I'm not
my
talking about the
God.
band, the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Thanks for doing that. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Let's try this again.
Your investigation.
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't, okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
Hold on. Now I want to know where we.
Series of questions, if I could, Sergeant.
I lost my place because I pushed the wrong button.
What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't, okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the.
Okay, I just want to rewind it really, really quickly because I want to show you guys something and get your take on it. Okay, so let's watch this part and watch Buchanan.
To another video, did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Okay, I know that not everybody subscribes to body language being telling, but I think we all subscribe to being a human being. And I think that this is just my opinion. He's he's shifting in his seat. Now, I think that we could all agree it's because he's uncomfortable. I think where the debate would come in is what is causing him and making him uncomfortable. He remembers from the last trial, Alan Jackson playing this video. He remembers that Alan Jackson zoomed in on it. And I think that's what's causing the uncomfortability, as it were. So let's watch and see what happens. All right, here we go.
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Oh my God. What were you paying attention to? Also, I just want to go back a few frames because I always wondered about this. Hold on. I just want to show you guys this. Give me just a second. How come? See how there's no weather here? Is that, I guess, because it's paused? I don't know. Let me go back. Because it always is real abrupt right there, and I always wondered why. It doesn't mean anything. I just always wondered.
Could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner.
See?
Okay.
There's
Go ahead and play.
movement, but then all of a sudden the snow comes in. It's always been weird to me. It doesn't mean anything.
Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, Mr. Jackson, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bang my mic. Sorry about that for you guys wearing earbuds, headphones. Okay, it's clearly a Monday. Geez, Jen. It moved. It moved. I know you don't want to say that it moved, Buchanan, but it moved.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year? Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They have to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with The Chevy Traverse. The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time
We're just going.
this video
Hold on a second. Let me.
taken?
7 Lilies. Excuse me. We're just going back and watching what happened at the end of day 13 before they get into court today. So just, yes. But to answer your question, this fool, again, I don't know still.
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Of course, Judge Bev wants to see them at sidebar. And why, you ask? Who knows? Oh, Judge Bev, you're doing too much on a Friday afternoon, ma'am. Hold on, let me just get down here and do it correctly.
Rid of it.
All right.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you
Oh my
look into
God.
it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog. And
First of all, listen, I do have pets. I don't even like to call them that, okay? I have four-legged friends, okay? Mac, Alice, the cats, And then forever and ever, I had Nestor the chocolate lab. Okay. I don't, say her name, Officer Buchanan, for Trooper Buchanan, for Pete's sake. That poor baby has a name. Okay. And I say Chloe was done dirty. They just got rid of her. Rehomed my ass.
And investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay.
Okay. I have never in all my livelong life seen a law enforcement official testify like a friggin' attorney. Okay. He testifies like an attorney. Also, just on a really quick sidebar. Hey, Kez, thank you for being a member for 37 months. I appreciate that. That is some longevity. That is some longevity support, long-time support, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Now, yes, Sissy's mom, Jen, this is Friday afternoon's testimony. Yes, they're not in, the court's not in session, so there's nothing for me to show you at all. So I'm going back over Fridays. And Neat Noodle, would you please get out my head, or if you are going to be in my head, now don't mess anything up. You're not going to understand my filing system up there, but could you just tidy up around the place? There's some cobwebs, a little dusting. Nobody needs that type of negativity. So Neat Noodle says, how this dog doesn't have a microchip to check is beyond me. Say it again. How is the dog not microchipped? For Pete's sake. And I don't want to hear this flim-flam about, well, this was the final straw for Chloe. You know, why, what, wait a minute. Let me just back the milk truck up. Okay. Why did Chloe get rehomed? Why? Why? The timing is very, very suspicious. The Albert family certainly would have been aware of Chloe's disposition. Perhaps she didn't, we've heard things like she doesn't do well with strangers. She doesn't do well with, other dogs. She just doesn't do well. Okay. Well, Chloe, they seem to have had Chloe for quite some time, the Albert family. And after all that time, and I highly doubt that her disposition suddenly and abruptly changed, okay, because it was a known issue before this even happened. So then why did they rehome her? And I'm being kind by using the term rehome, because that's not what they did. Let's be honest. Let's call it what it was. They got rid of her. What were the circumstances that caused them to get rid of Chloe? I need to know that, because it doesn't make any sense to me. And Skyflash asks, I don't know what. Okay, now I did have a German Shepherd way back when. I mean, gosh, before even little mini Bindi was born. It was when my oldest daughter, Elizabeth, she was maybe 4. And I've told this story before. I had a black lab as well who passed away. But I think he was, what, Baxter was what, 10, maybe almost 11 when he passed away. His stomach flipped, and the vet didn't think that he would be old enough to survive the anesthesia. All right, so sidebar. Anywho, I had at the same time as I had Baxter, I had a German Shepherd named Stella. Okay, and we moved, and I was in the house unpacking boxes. The kids were out in the backyard playing with the dogs, and all of a sudden they come running in the house and telling, "Mom, the dogs are stuck together." And I was like, "Oh man," because I had not had an opportunity to have them spayed and neutered. It was irresponsible on my part. It was. I'm admitting that. Anywho, 12 weeks later, they had puppies. Okay. And after Stella had puppies, the puppies were all rehomed, and people, I put an ad, and not everybody that showed up to the house got a puppy, and I'm just going to leave it there. Anywho, weeks and weeks after the puppies had been rehomed, Elizabeth was outside in the backyard, all the way across the backyard, at the end of the backyard. Okay. And I opened the door. Hang on a minute. I opened the door for Stella to go out, and all of a sudden, she hauls ass out that door, and she went at Elizabeth. She knocked her over, and she was on top of her. And I had to have that dog rehomed because of that. So, it was sudden, and it was out of nowhere. I mean, Elizabeth did not do anything to provoke the dog. She wasn't even by the dog. Stella just made a beeline for her. And it scared the crap out of me because she was a beautiful dog, and she had such a sweet disposition. But after having those puppies, she flipped. So I understand those circumstances. It's not like I'm just being an asshole just to be an asshole. Okay. I understand the circumstances, but there's no incident. And that was just like a super long way to go to say, whatever, my Miss America answers. It's Monday. Cut me some slack. Here we go.
So, other than some veterinary records and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct. Yes.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
Of course not. Why would they? That's ridiculous. Why would there be a paper trail? And I get that Chloe had a bite history, okay? And that sometimes it is necessary, but the two people that she bit in the past were exactly that, in the past. And if they didn't rehome Chloe after the first or second bite, like how long in between the two, the second bite incident and the incident at the Albert's home, and then the getting rid of Chloe? I mean, that's what they did. Like, come on. This just, to me, makes zero sense. This is last week's trial. The court's not in session yet, just for everybody who's just joining us. I see Karen Reed walking up the steps to the courthouse, so we should be getting feeds shortly. Here we go.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And
Is that not a report documenting what you did? the services you provided? Is that not a report? Like this is why it drives me nuts that they don't like the way that he answers questions. Okay? Drives me absolutely nuts.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're gonna have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Sprinkle Donut says an event will usually create a choice. What event caused the choice to rehome the dog? Thank you for explaining that in a way that actually makes sense instead of my Miss America answers and questions. Kez, sweet dreams, babe. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate that. I just, he's forever. I need to be refreshed. My recollection needs to be refreshed, bruh. Refresh this. Here we go.
May I approach?
Yes.
You refreshed? Let's go. I watched this too. That's why I picked where we're at. It's about to get good.
I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, look at him. What's that face about?
Maybe
Buchanan?
report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got,
Why come?
there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Oh my God. Come on, bro. You know about this, man. What you're trying to do is not box yourself in and make a definite answer. That's
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Isn't Cora something that Melanie G called Lori Vallow? Or did I just make that up in my brain?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
Well, how come, Officer Buchanan? Trooper Buchanan? Why aren't they? I mean, come on. You went up there to do this fact-finding mission.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster.
Oh,
You don't have any
thank you,
transfer
Mr.
records,
Jackson.
correct?
Help us out.
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation, it might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that
Uh-oh.
the event in question was done?
Yeah, let's go.
Was being
What's
memorialized?
happening, Supervisor?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
How come? You
Are you
should have
aware that
been.
there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
Oh, dear.
I am not aware, no.
Oh.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that.
Officer Buchanan, how many days are there in a year?
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
No. They are witnesses, yes.
Oh.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It was just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house.
Wait a minute. Back the milk truck up. They were important witnesses. Okay? because they weren't in, they are uninvolved third parties. Ryan Nagel and Ricky were only there to pick, and Heather were only there to pick up Ryan's sister, Julie. That's it. That's all. That's what they were there for. They weren't hanging out. They weren't partying. They weren't friends. It is what it is. They were important witnesses, bro.
34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Thank you, Judge Bev.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, what's not correct
What is not
about
correct
it?
about that?
They arrived simultaneously.
No.
Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Let me ask you this. They could not have arrived simultaneously because that's not how traffic works, especially because, as you just testified, Ricky yielded to Karen. A yield means you wait. So they could not have arrived simultaneously. Mr. Jackson, please get out the Webster's dictionary because he needs his memory refreshed on the definition of simultaneously. They arrived after, exactly like he said.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
What? Oh my God. That's not, first of all, that's not even what she asked. She asked if that was your testimony, that you used the word simultaneously, which you did. I'm so sick of the testimony when there's an objection, the witness gets multiple choice. This is poppycock. All right, here we go. The only fan is still on, you guys. We're not missing anything, just so you know.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antona and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so why are you making them pull teeth, bro? All right, they're back there
You
in court.
instructed
Hold
your
on.
subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August
report today, so I'll hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read them, so, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor,
Let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the other one later.
my motion memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar, that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. It's not limitless. Bowden is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections about offering information that go into beyond Bowden, delve into third-party, inadmissible evidence, those objections are what compelled me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury. And without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that Sergeant Buchanan has not been able to look at.
You want me to?
Is that something we can do here in open court, or based on the protective order, is that something that should be done at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right, why don't you come up, Mr. Jackson?
Why are we having a sidebar? Oh, let me move this. I'm so sorry, Law and Crime. I'm not trying to cover up your logo. I wouldn't want my logo covered up. I won't do that to you. Why are we at a sidebar already, you guys? Why? Why? Why can we not hear this? The jury's not in the room. And by the way, these sidebars, when the jury's not in the room, are big, huge wastes of time. I need to stop. Maybe I shouldn't be so critical. They're a huge waste of time, because eventually the transcript of this trial is going to come out and everything that's discussed on sidebar is going to come out. So what is the effing point? I understand the need for a sidebar when the jury is present, but the jury isn't present. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on, Judge Bev. This is going to be a 4-7 year trial the way you're going. And stop telling people you're ahead. How can you possibly be ahead if you knock off early? You can't be. You can't be. The only way you can be ahead is if you have the witness from day 14 testifying on day 13. Knocking off early ain't going to accomplish that. You need to stop. They won't be gagged forever, though, chicken shite. They won't. They won't. By the way, have y'all done me, could y'all do me a favor just while we're sitting here chilling, waiting for the trial to start? Could you give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down? You know, if you were just irritated AF with my Miss America story about my dog, which irritated me, give me a thumbs down. If you're like, that's just part of the Bindi brand, give me a thumbs up. However you see fit. Lord. It makes you wonder, Sky. It makes you wonder, Seven Lilies. Like, is Monday the day that they, honor the AARP card? You get a discount. But it's only out between the hours of, 4:15 and 4:30. They only give you a 15-minute window. Oh, my goodness. I appreciate that, you guys. I do. Never a thumbs down, says Ro. Danny says, just part of the brand. Thumbs up for you. Kelly Renee says, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. I do. Very, very much. You guys are the whole reason I do this, I'm so grateful that I get to come up here and talk about these kinds of things with you guys. You know, the crazy things that fly out of my mouth when there's some kind of buffoonery afoot, as we see here now. Also, little spoiler alert. Okay. Over the weekend, I was thinking about some more videos that I could make, you know, just to express my outrage of the things that are going on in the courtroom. And I remembered this one part from Transformers, okay, that cracks me up every single time. I just have to figure out the right image to put with it and um, the right time to play it. But it's so good and it makes me laugh every single time. So I'm I'm doing that now as well. Also, give me just a second. Let me do something here. Hold on. I did upload that video about the shoes. So let me do this. Let me do this. All right. Hey, Gloria. Gloria says, now that Dr. T has moved, will you be getting more calls? I'm certainly going to request them. But I'm not exactly sure when she was moved. Like, I mean, I know she's there now. So I'm going to have to do a little further investigating because obviously it's going to be a minute before she, you know, it's one thing for her to get to the prison. It's another thing for them they have to go through a process, right? So, oh yes, Letitia's back in Colorado again. Violet, yes, she is. Um, so it takes a little minute for them to get their like their phone calls, commissary, stuff like that, because you know she's got to be diagnosed. Now I'm curious, when they evaluate her in Colorado, are they going to determine that she's illiterate like Kansas did? Yes, row to row, she was moved. We're not sure why she was moved, okay? There and it might be, it could be, okay, because Kansas is like, we ain't trying to deal with you no more with her crazy lawsuit. Or okay, or it could be something happened, you know, maybe she made a compelling argument at some point somewhere to someone that she needs to be back in Colorado because she is going through the appeals process. So yeah, Letitia was rehomed. Oh my goodness. Letitia was rehomed. She's back in Colorado. Um, so yeah, like it could be for both reasons, honestly. We just don't know. It's not like when they move her, they talk about it. However, you can rest assured that Letitia has an explanation for why she was moved. And that is what I'm really curious to hear her explain. So we just got to give it a few minutes, probably a little bit before she actually gets her privileges and she can actually make phone calls. And then I can, you know, then there'll be something to request. I would imagine I got to figure out how long she's been there. And hey, Shauna, good to see you. Sprinkled Donut says it's only a matter of time before she starts her BS again. She'll never stop. Correct. She does. Look, Letitia is like, she likes prison about like, what's his name likes green eggs and ham. Okay. She does not like it here or there. She does not like it anywhere. She doesn't want to be in Colorado. Not in prison. What she was hoping for was she would be in a secured mental health facility. That's where she wanted to be. Now, but she didn't get her way. So she basically she's not going to be happy regardless of where she is. And first of all, it's prison. You're not supposed to be happy. Second of all, her huge issue, one of her biggest issues with Kansas State is that she didn't like that she was, she didn't feel she was similarly situated. She was housed with inmates who had committed similar crimes, violent crimes. But of course, Letitia didn't think that she belonged with the violent offenders. She's, I just don't understand her at all. And I never will. And I hope I don't. Because I think the day that I start understanding Tisha Lynn is the day I just hang it up for real. Like, I'm not going to come live. I'm just going to quit the internets because it's so ridiculous. She's not going to be happy anywhere. Fox and Socks, Letitia in a Box. I'd like that story. I'd like that story too. Oh, sprinkled donut. This is the longest sidebar in history. Let's see what's going on. Oh, we're behind. Let's see if we catch up if they're still on the sidebar.
All rise, please.
All right. There we go. I love Henry Swanson that you can just, at a moment's notice, just recall the craziest stuff that's come out of Tisha Lynn's mouth. And I appreciate that you drop it in the chat. I really do. Because, Violet, it was definitely 2025 that she was moved back to Colorado, not 2024. Because in 2024, she was suing the Kansas State Women's Facility Prison. That's probably not their actual government name. It's Monday. Cut me some slack. She was doing it from the prison. So all of the correspondence to the court came with the address of the women's facility. So all the way up until 2025. No, this is a recent move. This was a recent move, like this year, 2025. All right, they should be coming back. She said the most ridiculous shit, you guys. I can't. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was going to put the link to the shoe video in the chat, and then I got distracted by, oops. Who knows what I got distracted by? Let's be honest. It could have been anything and probably nothing. All right, there you go. Yeah, she's so fashion, Sky Flashed. I don't know if you guys, some of you guys weren't here when Allie and I went live, and we did the commentary over the videos, over the body cam footage. Okay, y'all. the irony, it's not really irony, but the funny part about all of it, right, is that the whole body cam footage, the reason that the cops were called out in the first place was because of a break-in, right? Tisha out here alleging there's a break-in, okay? Meanwhile, homegirl is dressed like the friggin' Hamburglar, you know? She's all in black. She's got a black beanie on. She's got a white and black shirt under like this fully black tracksuit with white shell toe Adidas. I believe that the actual shoe is called the Superstars. That's what she's wearing, out her looking like the whole Hamburglar. Robble, robble. I mean, so like that, I mean, that's what's funny to me, you know, like if nothing screams the call is coming from inside of the house, like Letitia dressed as the Hamburger while reporting a burglary, a break-in, okay? And then telling the officer finally is like, listen, I think basically what had happened was you just wanted your husband home. And she got so offended and
You are
indignant.
unmuted.
It's the best. You got to go watch it. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Gloria. I appreciate that, babe. You know what, non-blondes? I feel that. And Gannon reminds me a lot of my youngest son.
All
And this
persons
was
have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni. Justice of the
Excuse me, officer. And it did. Gannon really reminded me of my youngest son. And also, Gannon also has like this, I don't like this spark about him. And I don't know. But I wanted to, it was hard, but I wanted to cover his case because I wanted his story to be told and the truth be told, not Letitia's, you know, messed up version of a bunch of BS lies, you know, blaming Gannon. She blamed Gannon. I can't, but let's
Norfolk
get to
Superior
this.
Court before the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Julius. Good morning. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that to be able to happen. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here for the week? Everyone said no and shook their heads. Thank you. Could we have Sergeant Buchanan again, please? And Mr. Jackson, you can go to the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sergeant, I'll remind you, you're on the way. Thank you.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that report real quick. Let me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2:30, but again, I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later?
Sounds about right, again.
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring, yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered, by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone.
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, perhaps?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that 3-page report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the Ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the Ring, from the Ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take your time.
Yeah, please take your time. We want you to look through every single line of every single everything so that you can structure your testimony. My God. It's supposed to refresh your memory. It's not supposed to be your cheat codes, bro.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, thank you.
And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree, at least for this purpose, for the purposes of this discussion, that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder? Mm-hmm. Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity. Blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry, yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area?
I see that area, yes.
Okay, is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The discoloration. Do you see that discoloration or no?
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 4:12 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence, you just referenced it, video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there, yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time of 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually wrote and drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
Mr. Stage, you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that you, let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, we did not know.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and we're a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was, in fact, a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kakowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DeChico, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is, the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DeChico sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the
Yes.
court's permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
May I just a second?
Oh, come on, Brennan. Stop being a big old poopy pants. Let it in.
Right, thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you're gonna need this.
It's Exhibit FF for ID.
And with the court's permission, I
Did
would
she
ask
say
to
FF?
display
Oh,
or to
dear.
publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence page 263?
I would
Do you
just,
have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
Rather than tearing it. It's one staple in the corner of a document. Jeez, it's not like
you
they're
redact it
just
before it's
ripping
admitted,
pages
please?
out of
It's
the
been redacted.
out of some holy text or something, for Pete's sake.
116.
God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the
Oh, there's a buffering issue. Let me just rewind it a little bit.
It's Exhibit FF for ID.
Usually that fixes it. We'll just wait
and with
and
the court's
see.
permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
So are you admitting into evidence page 263?
I would
Do you
just,
have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
Yes,
take it out
yes,
of
Judge
this
Bev.
copy.
Judge Bev takes a strong stance about tearing things up, even though it's literally one staple in the corner of. You can use a pair of tweezers and nothing will get torn.
Can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
it's been redacted.
Okay.
Exhibit 116.
All right, let's hope this works.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because honestly, I don't think it's on my end, but it might be. So, who knows? See if that fixes it.
Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy
Shamita, calm
one
down.
of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh
if we
yeah,
could
he
publish
did
that
say FF.
single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
Hold on, let me move this.
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the theme of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, the statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone. Correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He wrote, no nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on?
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Do you stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
He also called her retarded, correct?
That is what's written.
That's what's written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote?
That's what he wrote.
And that's what you read?
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I cannot speak to
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledged the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question. Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation. Did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Okay.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledge the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask you another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not, no.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
By myself or somebody else?
By Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power. To go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you've derived, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As you sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
Hold on a minute. We need something here.
You will respect my authority.
This is ridiculous. I don't remember reading that is not the answer. He's asking as you sit here today. And then prior to this, you acknowledge that Trooper Proctor, to your mind, you say that Trooper Proctor conducted this investigation with integrity. Bruh. No.
No, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I expect you hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022, you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review, is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what does that mean?
You knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? The cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? I don't understand what the objection is and what the sustaining is, why it's being sustained. I mean,
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one. October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
what difference does it make, bro?
Professionalism?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
You believe that he acted in a
Did you really think that Alan Jackson would be quoting a quarterly review that you performed on Michael Proctor from before 2022? Before this case? Come on, man. This is pathetic.
accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
During his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism, you said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes.
Competence? Do you
Yeah.
believe he displayed competence?
Yes.
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you've put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and It's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
Unprofessional and unfortunate, but yet goes on to talk, but precedes that with talk about the Constitution and it's his First Amendment right. He does have the right to free speech. You're correct about that, but he does not have the right to free speech without consequence. So let's start there, okay? And this is the consequence of it. They're not private communications. This isn't his personal cell phone. The taxpayers of Massachusetts own that cell phone. So it's not private communications. And the fact that you cannot swallow your pride and denounce this action, denounce what he wrote, denounce his behavior at all. Man, in 2025, we're still here. Sad. It's fucking gross.
This was not, Sergeant Buchanan, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss. And one of whom,
It was amongst members of the unit.
he was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone. Correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
Miss Reed.
That is unfortunately shared on that group
So-
text.
So which group text should he have shared it to then? Like, is this real life right now?
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations with you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative.
What?
Move on.
Wait a minute. No. That should be allowed in. Period. The end. If the Commonwealth decided to put Buchanan up here to testify to what he and Michael Proctor did during the investigation, okay, because that's what he testified to, all right, then all of it should come in. And this text chain was part of the investigation. Michael Proctor was referring to what he was doing in the investigation. Get the F out of here, Judge Bev. Look at you guys already, 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm yelling.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment, he didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask a question.
Sure.
Comments first, okay?
My question is, did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
I find that very
Your
difficult.
Honor, may we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
I find that very, very, very difficult to believe because even on my phone, okay, I feel like on an Apple Watch, I think it would run like a ticker tape, like the bottom of the screen right here, where it gives you a preview of the text. And at the bare minimum, let me dial it back a little. Okay, I don't need to be so yelly. I'm sorry, you guys. At the bare minimum, what Neat said, then it makes you derelict as a supervisor. And quite frankly, you should have had a much stiffer consequence for this series of events, period. I don't know how the Apple Watch works, so it would be really difficult for me to. I don't even know how you would be able to react to a message on an Apple Watch without seeing the message. Because on my phone, like I can get let me see this. Like I can see I don't have a way to react to a text message on my phone, but I don't know about an Apple Watch without seeing the message. You have to actually open the message. And I think that's, quite frankly, he's covering himself in that respect because he hasn't really painted himself into a like actual definitive answer. He's answered it a couple of different ways. And he said, I reacted to the text. I do not remember him using that word. I don't remember seeing that word. And it's ridiculous. Bindi is riled up Sissy's mom, Jen, because Buchanan has sat here for the last 10 minutes and justified that despicable word that Michael Proctor used to refer to Karen Reed. He used the R word. He's justified it. He's excused it. And then he's excused his own behavior. Not one time has he said, I regret even acknowledging that text with the thumbs up because I understand how it can appear. I wish that I could remember reading that word because I wish that I would have said something then. It was wrong and I'm embarrassed. Something. But no, he hasn't. And Sarah, please. Sarah's in my brain right now too. Sarah Bellum says, if you don't remember that word or phrase, that gives me the impression that was commonplace language. Right. If it's not a word that you like, look how he was with the word proclivity. He didn't know what proclivity, and I'm not judging him. This is just how it went. He didn't know what the word proclivity meant. It's not a word that he uses frequently. So he asked.
You probably should have given you a break before this, but I thought that was going to be quick. Why don't we take the morning recess and we'll take
Court all rise for the jury.
and we'll free the record to us.
Let me see if they come back on the record for the break, but before the break, if they have anything to say. But my point is, when a word was not familiar to him, he asked a question about it. I suspect that he did see that come across. I suspect that he did react to it. I suspect that he gave a thumbs up because it wasn't him acknowledging what would be. Okay, so his story is, I was just acknowledging that I received the text. But you didn't look at it, you didn't read it. Why would you even feel the need to acknowledge that you received the text? Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And by the way, you're using the term received the text, which also implies that you read the text in its entirety, bro. He read that text.
Is unfortunately in Kentucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000.
He read that text. We all know he read that text. The truth of the matter is, he thumbed up that text because he didn't see an issue with it. He didn't. And all of his testimony respective to that text that we just listened to is indicative of that. He's only walking it back so far. He's only walking it back just enough to somewhat try to, mitigate the circumstances. But the fact of the matter is, he's justified it. All of his testimony really is indicative of excusing it and justifying it. And the fact that when he gave Proctor his quarterly review in October of 2022, which obviously would have been after the fact, after this investigation, and never acknowledged that, chastised Michael Proctor for that, nothing. Didn't even say, all in all, I think, like didn't even say, all in all, I thought Michael Proctor did a good job. This, I spoke to him privately about. I took him aside and I told him this is inappropriate, yada, yada, yada. Nothing, none of that. None of that happened. So I don't give a rat's fat kneecap what you sit there and say that you don't think that, that it's unfortunate, whatever language you use, it's all at the end of the day, all you're really trying to do is distance yourself, but you're doing a terrible job at it because you that's not how you actually feel. You're okay with that kind of language being used on the taxpayer's dime, by the way. That's what infuriates me. This wasn't a private conversation. This wasn't the two of them having a discussion on their private phones, which, don't get me wrong, wherever the conversation took place, it's wrong, period. It's unprofessional, it's vile, it's disgusting, and it's 2025, for fuck's sake. We know better. Come on. It's ridiculous, okay? But to say it was a private conversation when you're on the Massachusetts State Police phone, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine that Massachusetts works like any other state in that the taxpayers are footing the bill for that. They pay for the cell phones themselves and they pay for the carrier services. They pay the bill. So that thus making it not private. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Buchanan should have gotten a much more, I think he should have gotten a harsher punishment, quite frankly. Like, this is, absolutely, completely, and totally ridiculous. It's just, it's awful. It's awful. And on top of it, I have the perfect thing for this and I can't get it to upload. I'm so annoyed. But whatever. I'll fix it later and it'll be done for tomorrow. But this is just pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. And I cannot believe that Judge Bev is over here, that the that Judge Bev is over here sustaining objections. Now, thing is, she probably knows what the objection is, and maybe like legally it's a sustainable objection, but the jury doesn't know it, the public doesn't know it, and this right here. Tess says, hi, by the way. Good morning. Good to see you, babe. It's disrespectful to the people in the Commonwealth, including the jury, to pretend he didn't understand the context of what Proctor was saying. Absolutely. Even not just with the R word, with the nudes. I mean, what he has, the context of the conversation is all there, right? He's talking about having her phone. He's talking about going through her phone, and he uses the word nudes. Is he talking about unvarnished furniture? Is that what's happening here? Like, come on. Does that make sense within the context? Is he talking about a paint color? Is he talking about a nail polish color? Does that make sense within the context of the conversation? No, it does not. Stop playing with these people, Buchanan. Human beings make mistakes. Right. He's not discussing her nude colored heels. He's not discussing, the color of her pantyhose. Okay. For fuck's sake. This is ridiculous. Lipstick shades, any of that crap. It's ridiculous. It's an insult to everybody, but particularly the taxpayers and I'm getting yelly again. I'm getting yelly. Let me dial it back. I just cannot. I understand that human beings make mistakes. I understand that human beings mess up. Okay? But and that's it's how you handle that is the testimony to your character. When you cannot even acknowledge that you messed up, that's a problem. We're not talking about, a kid. Kids will say, I don't know, it was on an accident. It was like that when I got here. Kids say things like that. Not adults. Like, come on. It's ridiculous. So annoying. I'm so irritated, you guys. I mean, I know you can tell. I hate when people make an attempt to insult my intelligence or anybody else's. Like, it's ridiculous. And then I don't remember what happened. Did the guys from Men in Black come and just, use that little flash thingy just on certain parts of your memory? Oh, Cash, thank you so much. I appreciate that, babe. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, welcome in. Crocheting Bammy says, "Good morning, everyone. I just got a new computer and am finally able to chat." Well, we're glad that you could chat, and congratulations on your new computer. I've been watching though. This guy is a real tool. My son was bullied relentlessly as a child in school. I hate that word. I'm sorry that your son was bullied relentlessly, and he is a real tool. Just the fact that he cannot bother. He just cannot be bothered with saying, I messed up. I shouldn't have. It boggles my mind that in 2025, we're still here, Ugh. So annoying. I wonder something. Hold on a second. I wonder, there's another thing I can do here. Hold on a minute. I think. I forgot how I did it before. Oh, wait. I think it's here. Oh, balls. I can't. I can't because I just realized what will happen. I just realized that it's an MP4, not an MP3. So annoying. That's all right. That's all right. So Sissy's mom, Jen, says it's too bad that Alan Jackson can't prove that he's been lying in court. I'm willing to bet every last cent that Buchanan knew all about all of Proctor's shenanigans. Well, he should have. He's his supervisor, for Pete's sake. He should have. He should have. He should have absolutely. Let's have a little palate cleanser right quick while we wait for the testimony to resume. Here we go.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
I mean, that's really how I feel about his testimony respective to, well, just in general, but more specifically to this last bit of testimony. Yes, Cash, exactly. Who else's phones have they passed around nudes from? They didn't find any on Karen Reed's phone. But this seems like, Proctor's MO. This is how he conducts investigations. What a piece of shit. And then Buchanan just like, oh, he conducted this investigation with honor and integrity. You keep using that word. I do not think that it means what you think it means. It's ridiculous. I can only do black licorice like in super small quantities. Like one black licorice jelly bean every 4 years or something like that. Black licorice is not it's not the worst thing I've ever had, like candy wise, but it's not my favorite at all. It's way at the bottom. But sometimes I like it. Yes, Tosh, this is really a good point too. As a woman, this is the kind of crap I worry about when thinking of turning my phone over to the police. It's sick, right? They're in a trusted position, and this is what they're doing. And at the end of the day, Trooper Proctor should have been fired a long time before he was, quite honestly. Once this came out, he should have been fired. And what he really did is he compromised every single investigation that he ever was part of. Anything that he did, whether he was the lead or whether he just had some other role and somebody else was the lead, like he was helping do something, perform some part of the investigation, all of those investigations are now compromised and potentially up for appeal, which, quite frankly, they should be. Because if this is how he conducts investigations, I don't understand how how investigations have been allowed to be conducted like this and nobody is saying anything. Nobody's looking into it before now. That's what's sad. Really. Really sad. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Just gross. All right, I need to take a people break, a human comfort break. So, hang on just a second. I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. Please hold.
You are unmuted.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Okay. So, Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony.
Even for the singular request that I made a sidebar.
Even for that, so. All right, I think the jurors are nowhere.
Please rise to the jury.
What did she say? You think the jurors are nowhere? What did she just say? Judge Bev. That was the longest break in sidebar in history. Just kidding, it wasn't, but it did take it was more than 20 minutes, I feel like. I needed a smoke and to make myself something to drink. I was thirsty. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, Danny? The jurors are nowhere,
Session, please be seated.
just out meandering around. Oh my God.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes,
Does that sound right?
it does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes. As we were walking up to the door, he stated that he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously, involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them, and he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications Michael Proctor had with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right, what are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these, of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge? What did you learn about it?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics?
Of
of the allegations? Do you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
Yes,
Were there any specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding. I
Or a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020, 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual, so
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Crocheting Bammy, I feel like, are you casting your computer to your TV screen? Because that might actually be the issue. In the way that when you cast it, it formats to fit your TV. So I think that might be the issue. You might not be able to cast it to your TV. The only other thing that I can think of that because I was going to say maybe try adjusting the size, like not making it full screen. Try that. And that might help. But because it's used the way they have it, it's like an overlay, that might not work. Also, what is the objection? What's the issue? He's not allowed to clearly they discussed at Sidebar the situation with the texts. And Judge Bev is like, no more. If you want to know about these texts, then you need to be, I guess this is the wrong witness. The only right witness, I would imagine, would be Michael Proctor himself. Okay, fine, whatever. So at this point, he's wanting to ask now about something else. Okay, so yeah, take it off. Yeah, you can't chat if it's on full screen. So take it off. Okay, so now full screen. I'm trying to think how to do this. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Crocheting Bammy, you might just not be able to cast it. Or the third option would be to use a second device just for chat. Now we're going to have an even longer sidebar because of what I don't know. Oh, here you go. Sissy's got it. She watches on her TV and chats on her phone. There you go. Oh, they're doing the... No, Cash, that's not an option. That's not... No. We want Crocheting Bammy to be able to be in here to watch it with us. That's not a fourth option. I mean, it is an actual option, but it's not an option we want Bammy to use because we want her to be able to come and chat with us. Or just keep scrolling up and down. There you go, babe. I'm sorry. My goodness. This is something else. I don't understand why he can't testify to, I mean, is it not part of the investigation? Like, come on, he learned us through it, you know, like what's, it's so frustrating.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview, along with Michael Proctor, with Chris and Julie Albert, was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to back to Canton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Have you shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark them. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark them for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay. So we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit GG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside, now the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022?
The digital video, one of the collection items, it wasn't a device, it was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but I did review it.
Being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD?
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside sally port? There's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door. Someone going in and out of the pedestrian door.
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're saying, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway, seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left. May not be attended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Ken PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, I'll let the court know. I no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay.
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
All right, we just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a
questions.
little complicated, I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Kenton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Did you see a car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. stop. All right, did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where, an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree, before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware, familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if he can read the...
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay, can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay, what about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one. Mr. Wolk, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side, and I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sallyport.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
In individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, and for the final clip, if we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Walk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as, that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. It appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. May I have just a moment? Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf? Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video. It is playing. Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward. Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? Okay. If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much further than, much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
let's go ahead and continue playing this. And stop. Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time. Can you see that?
No, it's really blurry for me.
There we go.
Yes, now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken, a.m.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through. Okay. Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes?
Please tell me that I am having some type of fever dream or hallucination. Is it just me? And we'll go over this during the lunch break, but I believe the bottoms of those soles are black with white trim, and I believe the tops are black as well. Were they Nikes?
Shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. Does it appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same GG device. Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay, and can we highlight the time, please, or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay, if we go ahead and play this through. Pause. Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand, but
Sure.
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, a.m.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Wolt. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hand up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we could move on, please. Play that through. And I believe there's one more video. And Your Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through. Okay, stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolt, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Okay. Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
Crocheting Bammy asks, is this after they found his body? No, this would be way before.
Pause it, please. Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, when you put this video into context with the text messages where Higgins is saying, you know, I've been drinking, I don't want to drive the company vehicle, yada, 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 whatever, whatever, whatever. It really makes no sense. He was clearly drinking. We saw a video of him at bars drinking. And why are you rolling up to the police department at this time of the morning during a blizzard? What you doing, bro?
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just, or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen of, in other particulars, of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe that it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle?
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go ahead and play it. And what do you see Brian Higgins, or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left? SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something, when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
You didn't notice? Like, should you even be conducting an investigation? Isn't it your job to notice all the things?
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
What did you just see the person do?
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Thank you. In 20... Well... Are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer.
No.
See him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was, so yes, I would consider it a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize? Do any
No.
private
No.
get-togethers?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not, no.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Kenton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving, or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm objecting to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions, what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. Do you have any? Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to have to just bump you up. May I have a moment to consult with counsel?
Okay. Paul, the lunch is here. Jurors, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jurors, right this way, please.
We'll give you...
All right. And there it is, the luncheon break. Okay. Well, what do you guys think so far? I mean, I don't know. Let's go back. Hold on a minute. Let's go back and look at some of this video here. Hold on. Oh, hold on.
Do is have the voir dire right now.
Ooh,
to see what
let's have a voir
Sergeant
dire.
Buchanan knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into. So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
Jeez, Bev, what you signing for?
May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left, we were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor either during or just before or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? Or what did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to, he had not the outsider and his supervisor, and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue, and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said, the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
Yes, I think it is you. I think it is
Yeah, so I...
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just so you have it.
Thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about, your word, accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential...
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Okay.
So with the crazy behavior that's been imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured, the traumatic experiences they've had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to...
Go ahead. In order to...
investigate it.
Okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022. That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment started, yes.
Which is well after January 29, 2022, right?
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29, 2022. Did you ever learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a post, a Facebook post, during the course of that hearing wherein the Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? You remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there was like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July, I believe it was 23rd of July, for
Okay.
the motion, yeah.
Leaving aside the photographs that you've talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that, so I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about,
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
what about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between Julie Albert, between Courtney Proctor and, it's Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation? Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware
Oh,
of a series
loopholes.
of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert? This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text
This is the
messages.
first you've heard of any of those.
Of these text messages?
The text messages
Yeah.
that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's how you investigate? Are you kidding me? This has to come in before the jury, especially that last answer. I asked him if he was fine. He said yes. We moved on. No biggie. No big whoop.
Last couple of questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed, and was revealed in open court, the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor. Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift. And Michael Proctor's response was, get it for Elizabeth, or get it for my wife. Were you in court with those who were reviewed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed into the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that detail.
All of these proceedings are televised, Sergeant. You know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised, no.
You're not aware.
I know it streams, but I'm
That's-
not aware that it's televised.
Oh my God.
However, what
Look, are you aware that the public that doesn't reside in Massachusetts as a state, the surrounding states, that you don't have to, that there are other ways for you to watch this trial other than in person? You need to stop streamed.
whatever you want to call it, streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024 talking about what's been referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant thereto?
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to, Michael, there were 3 individuals involved in the investigation, yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor, is that right?
In what
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final decision?
Other than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all I had.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay.
On that.
Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all admissible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your idea, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out.
Okay.
So you have to be back here in 35 minutes.
Jesus, Judge Bev, you're
Judy,
such
come
a
back
freaking Krabby Patty.
Be back here in
Wow.
25. Ready to go.
All rise for the court, please.
Be back in 25 minutes, ready to go. You be back in 25 minutes, ready to go, Judge Bev. All right, now, back to what we were going to do. Let's go back and look at these videos, shall we? Fuck. Hold on, are you kidding me? All right, hold on. By the way, I just want to make a little comment. Like, why is Brian Higgins dressed like the fucking Grim Reaper, skulking around the police department at that time of the morning? Give me a break. What a load of poop.
Version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this.
Yes, let's go ahead and play this.
Stop.
Well, I'll be damned. Look at them shoes.
Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. It appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
Shit. Hold on, let me see if I can get it
It
back.
appears to be blue jeans and
Let me mute it.
shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Let me
Okay,
see if I can
let's go ahead and
catch
play
it.
this.
Hold on. Let me mute it so it doesn't sound all wonky. See if we can slow this down a little bit. See if this helps. Ah! What kind of shoes is he wearing? Hold on. Ah! Hold on. Hold on. Let me see something. Ah! Dang it. And what is he doing skulking around the damn police department? Shit. I mean, there is something white on the side, but I can't tell what it is. Hold on, you guys. I can, oh, come on. Yeah, zoom it way in for him because it's super hard to see that. Whoa. Oh my goodness. I don't want to mess with it because hold on. I just want to see him walk. I don't know, you guys. I got to say, to me, they look very, very similar, particularly the back part of it, where let me fix this so we're not wrong. To me, it looks very similar to the pictures in the snow. To the back, especially that back where the heel is there, because it looks like here. Where's that picture? Let me get this picture. This shoe situation has been the bane of my existence. Let me just say this part, right? Oh, you can't see it. Okay, so all right, this picture on the left, where there's at the very bottom toward where the heel is, where the heel comes up. The sole comes up from the heel. They look the same to me. They really do, because there's nothing on the bottom of the shoe on the right that's black, except for the top. The whole bottom part of the shoe is white. I'm very, very, very upset about this shoe situation, as you can tell. Like, what is going on? You know, and I also need to know why Higgins was there that night. And I do not remember from the first trial if Higgins was questioned about that. Oh, hang on a second, you guys. Give me just 1 second. Hey, you guys, I gotta end the stream. I need to take this phone call. I'll be back tonight and we'll cover the rest of this, I promise. Okay. In fact, as soon as I'm done with the call, I'll schedule it. All right. I'm so sorry. I wanted to go all day, but I gotta take this call. All right. Thanks for understanding. Okay, I gotta go. Bye.